Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Tonight, we're going to explore a story that begins with faith and ends in tragedy. A story about a family who gave up everything they knew to help others in one of the world's most impoverished places. But beneath the surface of their missionary work in the remote bush of Angola, Africa, something dark was growing. This is the story of Bo Schroyer, a man who was known as Officer Niskai in his hometown, a devoted father of 5, and a missionary who believed he was following a higher calling. Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Population 10,000. The kind of small town where everyone knows your name, where neighbors wave from their porches, and where a police officer can walk children to school and be greeted with smiles. This was Bo Schroyer's world for many years, and by all accounts he thrived in it. Bo wasn't always a man of faith-driven missions. Before he became a missionary, he wore a badge. For 7 years, he served as a police officer in Detroit Lakes, and later as a school resource officer. The students gave him a nickname that tells you everything you need to know about the man: Officer Nice Guy. He was the kind of officer who showed up to International Walk to School Day, who took the time to know the kids by name, who believed in making a difference one interaction at a time. But Bo's path would take an unexpected turn. After his years in law enforcement, he transitioned into real estate, selling homes in the community he loved. He married Jackie, and together they built a life that seemed picture perfect on the surface. They had 5 children: Bella, Avery, Oakley, Iva, and Eden. The family became active members of the Lakes Area Vineyard Church, where their faith grew deeper with each passing year. Then, around the year 2020, something changed. Bo felt what he described as a calling, something pulling him toward a different kind of service. He told his friend, a man named Jessel, that God had led him down a different path. It wasn't enough to serve his community in Minnesota anymore. There were children suffering halfway around the world, children who needed hope, who needed food, who needed someone to tell them they mattered. Angola, Africa, a country struggling with poverty, crime, and instability. The U.S. State Department had given it a Level 2 travel advisory, warning about violent crime including armed robbery, assault, carjacking, and homicide. Local police, the advisory noted, lacked the resources to respond effectively to serious criminal incidents. It was exactly the kind of place most people would avoid. But to Bo and Jackie Schroyer, it was exactly where they needed to be. In late 2020, the Schroyers made a decision that shocked many of their friends and family. They would leave behind everything comfortable and familiar. They would sell their possessions, say goodbye to Detroit Lakes, and move their entire family to a remote bush village in Angola. They would become long-term missionaries with Sin USA, an organization that works in challenging places where sharing the gospel is difficult. People had concerns. They had questions. Moving to one of the world's poorest and most dangerous countries with 5 young children, was it wise? Was it safe? But the Schroyers were resolute. They believed this was their calling. In 2021, the Schroyer family arrived in Lubango, Angola. Lubango is a city of more than 900,000 people in southern Angola, where Portuguese is the primary language. For the Schroyers, who had never lived abroad before, the adjustment was immense. They knew no Portuguese when they arrived. Their first year was focused entirely on language learning, culture learning, and simply getting their bearings in a world completely foreign to them. They lived in a walled compound, necessary protection in an area where crime was rampant. Their ministry site was located next to an orange farm that had become a war zone. Thieves, driven by desperation and hunger, would risk their lives to steal oranges to sell. The farm had erected a 10-foot-high electric razor wire fence and hired 50 guards, who worked around the clock. But it wasn't enough. Shootings were common. Just a week before one of the Schroyers' trips back to Minnesota, a thief had been shot and killed in a machete fight. This was the environment where the Schroyers were raising their children. Their kids battled constant malaria. They faced robberies. They lived with the daily reality of violence, just beyond their walls. In a presentation at Country Faith Church back in Minnesota, Jackie spoke about how the difficulties had forced them to lean on their faith like never before. It caused us to grip onto Jesus like never before, she said, and he really sustained us every single step of our journey. Despite the hardships, the family seemed to be making an impact. They set up a soup kitchen that fed 300 street children once a week. They created a breakfast club where they taught children to memorize Bible verses in exchange for prizes. The local children began calling them Auntie Jackie and Uncle Bo. Their 10-year-old son Oakley had even made a close friend with a local boy named Bibazino. In a video from July, Jackie spoke enthusiastically about their work. She looked thinner than before, the toll of their life evident on her frame, but her words were full of conviction. No matter how hard it is, she said, we want to go back. The family had hired local help to assist with security and household tasks. One of these employees was a 24-year-old man named Bernardino Isaac Elias. He worked as a security guard for the Schroyer family, part of the necessary protection in their dangerous neighborhood. What no one knew, what couldn't have been predicted, was that Bernardino Elias would become central to a plot that would destroy everything the Schroyers had built. October 2024. 3 years after the Schroyers had arrived in Angola, something was shifting beneath the surface. The family had recently returned from a trip to the United States over the summer, where they'd shared updates about their mission work at church services back home. Bill had promised to meet his friend Jessel for coffee, but that meeting never happened. Life was busy. There was always so much work to do. Back in Angola, tensions that had been building in secret were reaching a breaking point. According to Angolan authorities, Jackie Schroyer had developed a romantic relationship with their security guard, Bernardino Elias. The official investigation would later describe it as a relationship based on strong suspicions, but the evidence that would emerge painted a picture of something more concrete. 3 days before October 25th, Jackie and Bernardino allegedly went on a scouting trip together. They were looking for the right location, somewhere remote, somewhere isolated, somewhere a man could be killed without witnesses. Bernardino didn't plan to act alone. He recruited 2 other men, both in their early 20s, both with criminal records that included armed robbery and kidnapping. Isolino Mosalenga, KU, 23 years old, who went by the nickname Vin Diesel, and Gelson Guerrero Ramos, 22 years old. The 3 men were allegedly offered $50,000 total for the job. For young men in one of the world's poorest countries, it would have seemed like a fortune. On the morning of October 25th, the plan was set in motion. The men rented a car. They drove to Hampada, about 40 minutes from Lubango, to a remote area they had scouted with Jackie 3 days earlier. Then they waited. The call came in with an urgency that demanded immediate attention. Car trouble. The vehicle had broken down in a remote area. They needed help. Could Bo come? Bo Schroyer was the kind of man who would always help someone in need. It was in his nature, woven into the fabric of who he was. Former police officer, missionary, a man his friend described as someone who would give you the shirt off his back. When someone called for help, Bo responded. Jackie was with him when they left their compound. But according to the investigation, when they arrived at the scene, Jackie walked away. She went into the woods, leaving Bo alone with the men who had called for assistance. The breakdown was fake. There was nothing wrong with the car. It was a trap. What happened next was brutal. Bo Schroyer was attacked with a knife. Not just any knife, but according to investigators, a knife that had been brought from the United States. A knife that Bo himself had allegedly given to Bernardino Elias. Perhaps as a gift, perhaps as a tool for his security work. Now that same knife was being used to end his life. Bo Schroyer was stabbed to death in that remote location while his wife was away from the scene. He was 44 years old, a father of 5, a man who had given up everything comfortable in his life to help children on the other side of the world. When authorities arrived, they found Bo's body in a vehicle. His belongings were scattered around him. Jackie was there, and witnesses described her as distraught. But investigators would later suggest this was an act. That Jackie was only pretending to be in shock, playing the role of the devastated widow while knowing exactly what had happened in those woods. The news of Bo Schroyer's death reached Detroit Lakes on October 27th. At Lakes Area Vineyard Church, Pastor Troy Easton stood before his congregation and delivered words no pastor ever wants to speak. Bo Schroyer had been killed in an act of violence while serving in Angola. The details were limited, but the grief was overwhelming. The church community was devastated. Bo had been one of them for so many years. They had watched him grow in his faith, had supported his decision to become a missionary, had prayed for his family's safety, and now he was gone. Back in Angola, the Criminal Investigation Service, known as SIT, had begun their work, and what they uncovered would turn grief into something darker, something more complicated. On October 29th, just 4 days after the murder, Bernardino Isaac Elias was arrested. The security guard who had worked for the Schreier family, the man Jackie had allegedly been involved with romantically. Then on November 5th, a second arrest was made. Isolino Mosalanga Kiu, the man nicknamed Vin Diesel, was taken into custody. On November 7th, a third arrest was made, but this one sent shockwaves far beyond Angola. Jackie Schroyer, the missionary's widow, the mother of 5 children, was arrested and accused of being the mastermind behind her husband's murder. The Angola press agency released the details of the investigation, and they were stunning. Manuel Holawa, a spokesperson for the Criminal Investigation Service, laid out the case. Jackie Schroyer had allegedly orchestrated a murder-for-hire plot, offering the 3 men $50,000 total to kill her husband. The motive, according to investigators, was twofold: a romantic relationship with the security guard, and a desire not to leave Angola when Bo's mission work was scheduled to end. Evidence was mounting. Police had recovered the knife used in the murder, the American-made knife that had allegedly belonged to Bo himself. They had seized approximately $5,000 in local Angolan currency, presumably a down payment on the larger sum promised. They had the vehicle used to commit the crime, and they had testimony from the suspects themselves. A third suspect, Gelson Guerrero Ramos, was still at large, somewhere in the vast landscape of Angola. Back in Detroit Lakes, Pastor Troy Easton had to deliver another update to his congregation, and this one was almost impossible to comprehend. On November 1st, he released a statement that began with an apology. "I love you very much," he wrote, "and I am heartbroken and in shock that I need to send this type of update to you today. Wherever you are and whatever you're doing, I'm going to ask you to sit down, take a deep breath, and remember that God is our ever-present help in times of trouble." Then he delivered the news. Jackie Schroyer had been arrested in connection with her husband's death. "Today, our grief and sadness has deepened immeasurably," he wrote, "as we've learned that his wife, Jackie Schroyer, has been arrested in connection with his death." The congregation struggled to process this information. How could it be true? Jackie had been there, in their church, just months ago, talking about feeding street children and teaching Bible verses. She had been the missionary's wife, the mother who had moved her 5 children halfway around the world for their faith. The 5 Schroyer children were still in Angola when their mother was arrested. Arrangements had to be made quickly to bring them home to the United States, to shelter them from the chaos unfolding around them. By early November, they were back in America, being cared for by close family members with support from both SIM USA and Lakes Area Vineyard Church. Bo's body had to be brought home too. His sister Marina Rowering set up a GoFundMe page to help with the costs of his final arrangements and legal fees. Our beloved Bo was tragically killed in Angola, Africa, where he had moved to serve as a long-term Christian missionary, she wrote. Originally from Minnesota, Bo left behind his career as a police officer and real estate agent to answer a higher calling, dedicating his life to sharing hope and love in communities far from home. The circumstances surrounding his death, she noted, remained unclear, and the family was working tirelessly to seek answers and justice. The GoFundMe campaign eventually raised over $15,000. The community rallied around the children, around Bo's memory, around the incomprehensible tragedy that had befallen a family everyone thought they knew. On November 30th, 2024, a memorial service was held for Bo in Minnesota. Family and friends gathered to pray, to share their favorite Bo stories, to remember the man who had been Officer Nice Guy, the missionary with the generous heart. But Bo's body didn't arrive in the United States until December 14th. There were complications with the flight from Angola, delays at customs, Every delay was another reminder of how far from home Bo had died, how foreign and dangerous the world he tried to help had been. In Angola, the legal process moved forward. Jackie Schroyer remained in custody, held in an Angolan detention facility. She was represented by an Angolan attorney and 2 American attorneys. Both the FBI and the State Department were aware of the case, monitoring the proceedings from afar. In February 2025, Jackie was formally charged as a co-author in the murder of her husband. The trial that followed was described by Pastor Easton as thorough, monitored closely, conducted fairly, and carried out with integrity. But trials in Angola are different from trials in the United States. The justice system operates under different rules, different timelines, different standards. For those watching from Minnesota, it was a process shrouded in distance and translation, filtered through international law and diplomatic channels. The evidence presented at trial painted a devastating picture. The alleged romantic relationship between Jackie and a security guard, the scouting trip 3 days before the murder, the fake breakdown that lured Bo to his death, the knife that police said had been Bo's own, the cash seized as evidence, the testimony of the arrested suspects. Then on November 5, 2025, exactly 1 year and 11 days after Bo's murder, the verdict came down. Jackie Schroyer was convicted by an Angolan court of involvement in the murder of her husband. Pastor Easton delivered the news to his congregation once more. It saddens me deeply to share the following update regarding the legal proceedings involving Jackie Schroyer. He wrote, "This morning I was notified that Jackie was convicted by an Angolan court of involvement in the murder of her husband, Bo Schroyer. He called the news shocking and extremely difficult to comprehend, but noted that the verdict followed a very thorough investigation and trial process. While I am grateful for the clarity and closure this brings," he continued, "I am also deeply grieved, knowing how much pain and confusion this news carries for so many, especially for Bo and Jackie's children and family. Jackie Schroyer is expected to serve her sentence in an Angolan detention facility. The length of that sentence was not immediately disclosed. The 2 men arrested with her, Bernardino Isaac Elias and Nazalino Mosalenga Cayu, also face justice under Angolan law. The third suspect, Gelson Guerrero Ramos, may still be at large. The Schroyer children continue to live in the United States, cared for by family. They have lost both parents now, in different ways. Their father is dead, killed in a remote location thousands of miles from the home he left behind. Their mother is imprisoned in a foreign country, convicted of orchestrating that death. These 5 children, who once posed for photos with their parents before heading to Africa, who made friends with street children in Angola, who learned what it meant to live by faith in one of the world's most challenging places, now must build a life without either parent. The case raises questions that may never be fully answered. What really happened in that marriage during those 3 years in Angola? What pressures did they face that no one back home could see? What broke in Jackie Schroyer's heart or mind that led her, allegedly, to plot her husband's murder? There were hints, perhaps, in that July video where Jackie looked so much thinner, so worn down by the constant difficulties. There were hints in the security concerns, the violence that surrounded their daily lives, the malaria that plagued their children. Life in Angola had been far harder than anyone could have imagined when the family left Minnesota with such hope and faith. Bo Schroyer's friend Jessel remembered him as someone who would give you the shirt off his back. The students at Detroit Lake schools remembered Officer Nice Guy. His church community remembered a man who believed God had called him to serve. They remembered someone who wanted to help, who wanted to make a difference, who wanted to show street children in Angola that someone cared about them. He died doing exactly that, though not in the way anyone could have predicted. Not from the crime and violence he knew surrounded his mission work, but allegedly from a plot orchestrated by the person closest to him. It's a story of faith and betrayal, of missionary zeal and alleged infidelity, of a family that gave up everything and lost even more. It's a story that began with hope in a small Minnesota town and ended with a murder in the remote bush of Angola. And it's a reminder that sometimes the greatest dangers we face don't come from the obvious threats around us, but from the secrets hidden in the hearts of those we trust most. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. Tonight I'll tell you about a case that began on what should have been the most joyful day of the year. This is the story of Ronnie Medina Pacheco, a woman whose dream vacation turned into a mystery that would span 2 years, cross state lines, and leave investigators searching for answers in the shadows of a Florida apartment complex. This case has everything that makes true crime both fascinating and deeply unsettling. A vanishing on Christmas Day, a roommate whose story didn't add up, and a trail of evidence that pointed to violence, where there should have been holiday cheer. Let me take you back to October 2022, when a 42-year-old woman from the Dominican Republic packed her bags with excitement for an extended vacation to Orlando, Florida. Her name was Ronnie Medina Pacheco, though her loved ones knew her simply as Ronnie. Ronnie had lived her entire life in the Dominican Republic, surrounded by the familiar rhythms of Caribbean life, the warmth of family always nearby, and the comfort of knowing her place in the world. But like many people, she dreamed of seeing more, of experiencing something beyond the boundaries of home. Orlando represented possibility: theme parks, American culture, perhaps even the chance to practice her English and meet new people. She wasn't running from anything. This wasn't an escape. It was simply a vacation, the kind that many people take without a second thought. She'd saved her money, made her plans, and prepared for what she hoped would be a memorable few months in Florida. But Ronnie faced a practical challenge that many travelers encounter when planning an extended stay abroad. Where would she live? Hotels would be expensive over such a long period, and she didn't know anyone in Orlando well enough to simply show up on their doorstep. Through connections back home in the Dominican Republic, she'd heard about an acquaintance who might be able to help. Her name was Giselle Victoria Gonzalez, a 42-year-old woman who, by some accounts, Ronnie had met only briefly before. Perhaps at a doctor's office, perhaps through mutual friends. The details of their connection remained somewhat unclear, lost in the fog of casual introductions and the kind of loose social networks that exist within immigrant communities. What mattered was that Giselle had an apartment in Orlando, at a complex called Cadence Crossing on Curryford Road, and she was willing to let Ronnie stay with her. It seemed like the perfect arrangement. Two women from the same country, speaking the same language, navigating life in Florida together. And so in October 2022, Ronnie arrived in Orlando with her suitcase, her plans and her expectations of what the next few months would bring. The Cadence Crossing Apartments sit along Curryford Road in Orlando, a busy thoroughfare lined with strip malls, fast food restaurants, and the kind of mid-range apartment complexes that house people from all walks of life. It's not upscale, but it's not run down either. It's simply ordinary, the kind of place where people live their lives quietly, going to work, coming home, existing in that space between dreams and reality that defines so much of modern life. For Ronnie, who didn't have access to a car, the location presented some challenges. She relied on Uber rides and public transportation to get around, which limited her independence but didn't dampen her spirits. She was in America, after all. She was having her adventure. We don't know much about those first weeks, whether she visited the theme parks she dreamed of, whether she made friends, whether the reality of Orlando matched her expectations. What we do know is that she stayed in regular contact with her family back in the Dominican Republic. In an age of cell phones and WhatsApp, distance doesn't mean disconnection. And Ronnie was the kind of daughter who called home, who kept her loved ones updated, who maintained those essential ties even as she explored her new temporary home. Her family had no reason to worry. She was safe. She was happy, or at least content. She was exactly where she was supposed to be, as autumn turned to winter and December arrived. Ronnie must have thought about the approaching holidays. Christmas in Florida wouldn't be the same as Christmas in the Dominican Republic. No familiar faces, no traditional celebrations. Just another day in her American adventure. But she had Giselle, her roommate, her fellow Dominican, someone who understood what it meant to be far from home during the holidays. December 25th, 2022. Arrived like any other day in Orlando, warm, sunny. The kind of weather that makes Christmas feel surreal to anyone accustomed to winter in other parts of the country, or world. That day, Roni did what she'd done countless times before. She picked up her phone and called her family in the Dominican Republic. Maybe they talked about what each was doing for Christmas. Maybe she described Florida's strange warm weather holiday season. Maybe she said she missed them, but was doing fine. That conversation, ordinary and unremarkable at the time, would take on a terrible significance in the days that followed. Because after Roni spoke to her family that Christmas day, she vanished. No more phone calls. No more messages. No more contact of any kind. She simply disappeared, as if she'd stepped off the edge of the world. 2 days passed. December 26th came and went. And then on December 27th, 2022, the Orlando Police Department received a call that would launch an investigation stretching nearly 2 years. The call came from Giselle Victoria Gonzalez. She wanted to report that her roommate was missing. When officers arrived at the Cadence Crossing Apartments around 1:30 in the afternoon, Giselle told them a straightforward story. She said she hadn't seen Roni since Christmas Day. Sometime around 10 o'clock that evening, she claimed that Roni had simply disappeared, and she was worried about her roommate's safety. On the surface, it seemed like a concerned friend doing the right thing. Someone you live with goes missing. Of course you call the police. Of course you're worried. But as the officers took Giselle's statement, something didn't sit quite right. In police work, there's often a distinction between what people say and how they say it. Experienced detectives develop an instinct for inconsistency, for the small details that don't align, for the story that sounds rehearsed rather than spontaneous. Giselle's account began to show cracks almost immediately. The timeline seemed off. The details changed slightly each time she repeated them. There were gaps in her story, moments she couldn't quite explain. The officers took notes, asked follow-up questions, and began to sense that something more complicated was unfolding than a simple missing person case. Meanwhile, back in the Dominican Republic, Roni's family was growing frantic. Christmas Day had been the last time they'd heard from her. Days were passing, calls went unanswered, messages disappeared into the void. This wasn't like her. Roni was reliable, connected, the kind of person who stayed in touch. When they learned that Giselle had reported her missing, they must have felt both relief and terror. Relief that authorities were now involved, terror at what her disappearance might mean. The Orlando Police Department treated the case with appropriate seriousness. A woman from another country, alone in a city where she knew virtually no one, with no vehicle and limited means of getting around, had vanished without a trace. The circumstances demanded investigation. They began the standard procedures, checking hospitals, reviewing security footage, interviewing anyone who might have seen Roni in her final days. And they focused particularly on Giselle, the last person known to have seen her, the woman whose story was already beginning to unravel. As detectives dug deeper into Giselle's account, the inconsistencies multiplied. Each time they spoke with her, details shifted. Her description of that Christmas evening changed. The timeline of when she'd last seen Roni became fuzzy, uncertain. She contradicted herself in ways both subtle and significant. These weren't the normal inconsistencies of memory, the kind of small variations that are perfectly natural when recounting events. These were deliberate seeming shifts, the marks of someone trying to control a narrative, to shape a story. The detectives knew they needed more than just suspicion. They needed evidence. And so they obtained a search warrant for the apartment at Cadence Crossing, the home that Roni and Giselle had shared. What they found when they executed that warrant changed everything. Orlando police would later describe the discovery as significant evidence indicating a violent incident had occurred. They'd been careful not to reveal specific details. Those are being held for trial, protected from public view to preserve the integrity of the prosecution. But the language they used tells us enough. A violent incident. Significant evidence. In the apartment where Roni had been living, where she should have been safe, something terrible had happened. The nature of the evidence suggested that this was no longer a missing person case. This was something darker, something that pointed toward the worst possible outcome. The detectives now had reason to believe that Roni hadn't left the apartment voluntarily, that she hadn't simply wandered off or decided to disappear, that she had been the victim of violence. But there was a problem, one that persists to this day. Despite the evidence of violence, despite everything investigators found in that apartment, Ronnie's body was nowhere to be found. In criminal investigations, the absence of a body creates unique challenges. Without physical remains, it's harder to prove beyond doubt that someone is dead. It's harder to determine cause of death, to establish a clear timeline, to reconstruct exactly what happened. The legal term is no-body murder case, and they require prosecutors to build their case on circumstantial evidence, witness statements, and the kind of careful forensic work that leaves no room for doubt. The Orlando Police Department faced exactly this challenge. They had evidence of violence. They had a missing woman. They had a roommate whose story kept changing, but they didn't have Rooney. What followed was nearly 2 years of painstaking investigation. The Orlando Police Department didn't work alone. They brought in resources from multiple agencies at the local, state, and federal levels. This was now a potential homicide investigation, one that would require every tool in law enforcement's arsenal. During this time, Ronnie's family in the Dominican Republic endured a special kind of agony. Their daughter, their loved one, was simply gone. No body to bury, no closure, no answers, just absence and the terrible not knowing that is perhaps worse than any definitive truth, no matter how painful. May 18th, 2023 came, Ronnie's 42nd birthday. The day passed with no word from her, no miraculous reappearance, no resolution to the mystery. Her family marked the day in grief and growing certainty that she was never coming home. By this point, the Orlando Police Department was offering a $5,000 reward for information about Ronnie's disappearance. They released her description to the public: 5 feet 5 inches tall, approximately 150 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. They circulated her photo, hoping someone had seen something, knew something, could provide the missing piece that would break the case open. But in the months that followed, leads were scarce. The investigation seemed to have reached a plateau. Ronnie remained missing, and Giselle Victoria Gonzalez, despite being the focus of intense scrutiny, had not been charged with any crime. Then investigators discovered something crucial. Giselle had left Florida. She'd packed up her life, left the apartment at Cadence Crossing, and moved across the country all the way to Hartford, Connecticut, more than 1,200 miles away from Orlando. To detectives, this kind of geographic relocation after a potential victim's disappearance raises immediate red flags. Innocent people generally don't flee. They don't uproot their lives and establish themselves in distant cities. They cooperate with investigations. They stay available. They help in whatever way they can. Giselle's move to Connecticut suggested consciousness of guilt, an awareness that staying in Orlando would make her the continued focus of an investigation that was slowly, methodically building toward her. Hartford, Connecticut is about as far from Orlando as you can get, while still remaining on the East Coast. The cultural differences alone are stark. Where Orlando is perpetual summer and theme parks and tourists, Hartford is New England winters and insurance companies and the kind of old American city that has seen better days. It's unclear what drew GSL to Hartford specifically. Did she have connections there? Family, friends? Or was it simply far enough away that she thought she could disappear into anonymity? She found a place to live on White Street, settled into her new life, and perhaps believed that she'd successfully left her past behind in Florida. But the Orlando Police Department hadn't forgotten about Ronnie, and they certainly hadn't forgotten about Giselle. The investigation had continued even as Giselle established herself in Connecticut. Detectives were building their case piece by piece, gathering evidence, consulting with prosecutors, preparing for the moment when they would have enough to make an arrest. That moment came in November 2024, nearly 2 years after Ronnie had disappeared. Orlando detectives traveled to Hartford. They'd coordinated with Connecticut law enforcement, secured an arrest warrant, and prepared to finally bring GL to answer for what they believed she'd done. On November 7th, 2024, Hartford police assisted Orlando detectives in executing the arrest warrant. They found Giselle at her Connecticut home and took her into custody. Body camera footage from the arrest shows Giselle wearing a bright red dress, walking in handcuffs between officers, her face a mask that reveals nothing of what she might be thinking or feeling. She's led through corridors, processed according to standard procedure, her life in Hartford ending as abruptly as she'd ended her life in Orlando 2 years earlier. She was charged with 3 crimes: second-degree murder, tampering with physical evidence, and grand theft. The murder charge spoke to what investigators believed had happened to Rennie. The tampering charge suggested that Giselle had attempted to conceal evidence or destroy proof of what she'd done, and the grand theft charge hinted at another dimension to the case. Perhaps Rennie's belongings, her money, things that Giselle had taken after Rennie could no longer defend her property. The bond was set at $1 million. At a hearing the next day, Giselle waived her right to fight extradition. She would return to Florida to face trial for Rennie's murder. As this case moves toward trial, so many questions remain unanswered. What exactly happened in that apartment on Christmas Day 2022? Did Rooney and Giselle argue about something? Was there a conflict that escalated beyond control? Or was this something more calculated, more deliberate? The evidence suggests violence, but what form did it take? How did Rennie die? And what did Giselle do in those crucial hours and days after the period when she was alone in the apartment with whatever evidence existed, before she called police on December 27th? Most troubling of all, where is Rennie? Her body has never been recovered. Despite extensive searches, despite nearly 2 years of investigation, despite all the resources dedicated to this case, Rennie Lady Medina Pacheco remains missing. This absence is perhaps the cruelest aspect of the entire tragedy. Her family cannot properly mourn. They cannot lay her to rest. They cannot visit a grave or have a place to remember her. She is simply gone, erased from the physical world, existing now only in memory, and in the terrible uncertainty of not knowing. For investigators, the lack of a body doesn't mean the case is weak. Modern forensic science can prove murder without remains. Through blood evidence, DNA analysis, witnesses, and the careful reconstruction of events. Circumstantial evidence, when properly assembled, can be every bit as convincing as direct physical proof. But for Rennie's family, for anyone who loved her, the absence of her body represents an ongoing wound that cannot heal. Consider what this case reveals about vulnerability and trust. Rennie came to Orlando with hope and excitement, planning an extended vacation that should have been a highlight of her life. She trusted Giselle, a fellow Dominican, someone who seemed to offer safety and familiarity in a foreign place. That trust, if investigators' theories are correct, was betrayed in the most fundamental way possible. Rennie had no car, no extensive social network in Orlando, no way to easily disappear on her own. She was dependent on her roommate for rides, for local knowledge, for the basic navigation of life in an unfamiliar city. This dependence made her vulnerable in ways she probably never considered. When we travel, when we stay with people we don't know well, we engage in an act of faith. We believe that people are fundamentally decent, that hospitality means safety, that the stranger offering us a room is doing so out of kindness rather than darker motives. Most of the time, that faith is rewarded. People are decent, hospitality is genuine, strangers prove trustworthy. But sometimes, in cases like this, that faith is shattered, and a vacation becomes a tragedy. As of now, Giselle Victoria Gonzalez awaits trial in Florida. She faces second-degree murder charges, which in Florida law typically means a killing that occurred without premeditation, but with a depraved mind showing no regard for human life. The prosecution will need to prove beyond reasonable doubt that Giselle killed Rennie despite the absence of a body. They'll rely on the evidence found in the apartment. Whatever that evidence might be, those specifics remain protected. They'll present the inconsistencies in Giselle's statements, the timeline of her lies, the pattern of behavior that suggests guilt rather than innocent confusion. The tampering with evidence charge suggests that prosecutors believe Giselle took steps to conceal what happened. Did she clean the apartment, dispose of items, try to eliminate traces of violence? These actions, if proven, demonstrate consciousness of guilt, the awareness that a crime has occurred and the attempt to hide it. And the grand theft charge adds another layer. What did Giselle take from Rennie? Money? Belonging? The very act of stealing from someone you've allegedly murdered adds a dimension of callousness that prosecutors will likely emphasize. Not only did you kill this woman, but you also robbed her, treating her as less than human even in death. The defense will face significant challenges. How do you explain away the evidence of violence in the apartment? How do you account for the inconsistencies in your client's statements? How do you explain why someone who claimed to be worried about her missing roommate would then flee the state? The trial, when it comes, will be closely watched, particularly in Orlando's Dominican community, where both women had connections. It will be a test of whether justice can be achieved even when the victim's body remains undiscovered. In all the legal proceedings and investigative details, it's easy to lose sight of the person at the heart of this tragedy. Rioleti Medina Pacheco was 42 years old when she disappeared. She had a family who loved her. She had a life in the Dominican Republic. She had dreams and plans and the simple desire to see something beyond her everyday world. She should have returned home from her vacation with stories and photographs and memories. She should have celebrated her 42nd birthday with family. She should have grown older, lived longer, had the chance to experience all the moments, large and small, that make up a human life. Instead, she vanished on Christmas Day, 2022, and has been seen by no one since. Her family continues to wait for answers. They wait to know exactly what happened. They wait to find her body, to bring her home, to finally say goodbye properly. The Orlando Police Department has asked anyone with information about the case to come forward. Perhaps someone knows something. Perhaps someone saw something suspicious in those final days. Perhaps there's a detail seemingly insignificant at the time that could help bring closure to this case. As you drift off to sleep tonight, safe in your own bed, think about the thin line between security and vulnerability. Think about how quickly normalcy can shatter, how a vacation can become a tragedy, how trust can be weaponized against those who extend it. The case of Rioleti Medina Pacheco remains open in one crucial sense. Her body has never been found. Somewhere, whether in Florida or elsewhere, Rioleti rests in an unmarked place known only to the person who allegedly put her there. Perhaps one day Giselle Victoria Gonzalez will reveal where Rioleti is. Perhaps in a plea negotiation or in a moment of conscience, the location will be disclosed. Perhaps Rioleti's family will finally have the chance to bring her home. Until then, they wait. And Rioleti's story serves as a reminder that behind every true crime case is a real person, a real life, a real family experiencing unimaginable grief. May she be at peace wherever she is. And may justice, however delayed, finally be served. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight, we're going to talk about a story that reminds us how precious every ordinary moment truly is. It's about a teenage girl who loved music, who dreamed of becoming an undercover detective, and who walked a familiar path home one summer evening in Georgia. Her name was Susana Morales, and what happened to her on that night in July 2022 would expose not just one man's darkness, but a system's failure to protect the most vulnerable among us. This is a story that asks difficult questions about trust, about the people we believe are sworn to protect us, and about what happens when those same people become the predators we fear. Susana Morales was 16 years old in the summer of 2022. She lived in Norcross, Georgia, a suburb of Atlanta in Gwinnett County, with her parents and her older sister Jasmine. Her parents had immigrated to the United States from Mexico nearly a quarter-century ago, hoping to provide their children with more opportunities. By all accounts, Susana was exactly the kind of teenager who makes you believe in the future. She was bright, kind, and loving, with a particular talent for music. She loved to sing and play piano, and had recently begun teaching herself guitar and ukulele. Her sister Jasmine would later describe her as the baby of the family. Beautiful, talented, always quick to hop on the piano or sing a song to brighten room. Susana was a junior at Meadow Creek High School. She was bubbly and intelligent, and her future looked bright. She had dreams, specific ones. She wanted to one day become an undercover detective. It's striking, isn't it, that she dreamed of being someone who would help solve crimes, protect people, bring justice to the vulnerable. That detail would become unbearably poignant in light of what was to come. In May of 2022, Susana met a boy named Axel Zaragoza. They started dating within a month. When Axel would later testify about Susana, his description of her was simple and genuine. She was really uplifting. She was nice to everybody. She was a really loving person, he said. This was Susana's world. In the summer of 2022, school, family, music, a new boyfriend, friends she could walk to visit on a warm evening. An ordinary teenage life, filled with all the small joys and dreams that make up a young person's universe. But there was someone watching, someone whose darkness Susanna couldn't possibly have imagined. Miles Bryant was 22 years old in July of 2022. He had begun his career in law enforcement as a jailer with the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office in 2020. By 2022, he had moved on to become a police officer with the Doraville Police Department, a small force serving a city just northeast of Atlanta. But Bryant had another role, one that would place him directly in Susanna Morales' path. He lived on Windscape Village Lane in Norcross, near the location where Susanna lived. He also lived and served as a courtesy officer at the apartment complex where Susanna had gone to visit, Sterling Glen. A courtesy officer is typically a police officer who lives at an apartment complex and provides security services in exchange for reduced or free rent. To residents, he would have been a familiar presence. Someone in uniform, someone representing safety and authority, someone you would feel safer seeing in the parking lot at night. Bryant's unit overlooked the Morales family's home. He could see their comings and goings. He could watch. But what investigators would later discover was that Miles Bryant had been hiding something dark beneath his uniform and badge. A string of alleged burglaries began in February 2018 when Bryant, 17 at the time, was accused of going to a high school classmate's home and attempting to open her bedroom window. Police were called, but Bryant told them he was there to review homework, and the girl's family declined to press charges. They did, however, ask for him to be banned from their property. There were more incidents. Prosecutors detailed several instances where Bryant broke into teens' apartments to steal their undergarments. He also allegedly sent photographs and videos of women engaging in sexual acts to himself without their permission. According to the special prosecutor, multiple women told police they had no knowledge. Bryant allegedly used their phones to send himself the sexual material. Text messages between him and his girlfriend also revealed that Bryant hid several pairs of women's underwear that did not belong to his partner, including at least one pair that he told her was evidence in a burglary case. Definitely need to meet later to put those in evidence, he texted his girlfriend. However, a review of body camera footage from that case did not show the recovery of any underwear. This wasn't just troubled behavior. This was a pattern, a compulsion, and it was escalating. There's a particularly chilling piece of body camera footage that prosecutors would later present at trial. In May 2022, just 2 months before Susanna disappeared, the jury watched police body camera footage that captured a conversation Bryant had with a girl who returned home after her family reported her missing. If something were to happen to you, we are doing a rape or a missing person. Then we find your body out there in the woods. Then what? 'Cause you are probably strong and smart, say no to strangers and stuff like that. But those people don't care. Bryant could be heard saying on tape, "People are my size, big," and snatch you up. You can scream and shout all you want. They will throw you in the back of a van. They will take you and your parents will never see you again. Let that sink in for a moment. A police officer ostensibly counseling a young girl about safety, instead providing what sounds disturbingly like a blueprint for exactly what he himself might be planning to do. It's as if he was rehearsing it, testing it out loud, seeing how it sounded. According to personnel records that would later surface, on October 2, 2022, after Susanna had already disappeared, Bryant responded to a report of a missing child, but waited 3 days to finish the report. He was written up for this. Even then, warning signs were there, but they went unheeded. In December 2022, a former friend of Bryant's filed a police report claiming that he had been showing up uninvited at her apartment repeatedly for nearly a year. The case was never assigned. The system had so many chances to stop Miles Bryant. So many red flags that were ignored, explained away, or simply never investigated. And while those opportunities slipped past, he was watching Susanna Morales. Tuesday, July 26, 2022, started as an unremarkable summer day for Susanna Morales. After spending the day with her family, Susanna decided to go to a friend's house. At 6 p.m., Susanna left her home on Santa Ana Drive in Norcross, walking to a friend's house nearby. It was a path she'd walked many times before, familiar streets in her own neighborhood, less than a mile from her house to the Sterling Glen apartment complex where her friends lived. Susanna spent the evening at her friend Kelly P. Jawada's apartment. along with another friend, Alyssa Marvin. The three girls hung out the way teenage friends do, talking, laughing, just being together on a summer evening. Susanna was also FaceTiming with her boyfriend Axel throughout the night. The two FaceTimed multiple times before she started her walk home. Everything was normal. Everything was safe. Everything was fine. At 9:40 p.m., Susanna texted her mom to let her know she was on her way home. She had walked the same 9-minute route many times before. Her last known location, according to phone data, was between 10:21 p.m. and 10:26 p.m. at Oak Lock Trace near Steve Reynolds Boulevard, and then nothing. Susanna's phone went dark. She never made it home. What happened in those minutes remains, in some ways, a mystery. There were no witnesses who came forward. No one saw her abducted. No one heard her scream. But investigators would later piece together what they believe occurred, using technology, evidence, and the disturbing pattern of Miles Bryant's behavior. The Life 360 app that Susanna's family used, a location tracking app that many parents use to keep tabs on their children, would become crucial evidence. Loved ones received Life 360 alerts indicating a possible car crash, followed by a sudden change in direction at high speed. The phone's trajectory suggested it had been thrown from a moving vehicle. Investigators believe that Miles Bryant, who was working as a courtesy officer at the very apartment complex Susanna had just left, saw her walking alone. He was in his personal vehicle. He was off duty, but still carried the authority of his badge, his uniform, his position, and he made a choice that would end Susanna's life and destroy countless others. Prosecutors argued that, on the way home, Bryant kidnapped Morales, threw her phone out of the window, and drove her out to a wooded area near Dacula before dumping her naked body. Detectives believe Morales was killed between 10 p.m. on July 26 and 2 a.m. on July 27. Susanna Morales was reported missing the next morning, July 27 at 9 a.m. When her mother woke and realized Susanna had never come home, panic must have set in immediately. This wasn't like her daughter. Susanna was responsible. She always let them know where she was. The family called the police, expecting immediate action, extensive search efforts, everything you would hope for when your child goes missing. But what they encountered instead was something that would compound their trauma. They felt The family claimed that the Gwinnett County Police Department did not take her disappearance seriously because they believed she was a runaway. During a community meeting to address residents' concerns, Gwinnett Police Chief J. McClure acknowledged that early information indicated a possibility that Susanna had run away. But as more facts became available, that case transitioned to a case where we suspected foul play could be involved. But to the Morales family, this explanation rang hollow. We knew she didn't run away, Jasmine Morales said. Susanna's mother, Maria Salgado, said she's upset about the system-wide failures that contributed to her daughter's death. The police department here is at fault due to the fact that they did not do enough investigation before hiring this person, she would later say. So the family took matters into their own hands. They made flyers. They canvassed the neighborhood. They posted on social media. They searched everywhere they could think of. Every place Susanna might have gone. Every friend she might have visited. Morales' mother, Maria Bren, gave an emotional testimony about the night Morales went missing, while her sister Jasmine Perez detailed their search efforts using the Life 360 app. They could see where Susanna's phone had been, its strange trajectory, the sudden stop, but they couldn't find her. One detective, however, did seem to understand the family's anguish. Gwinnett County Police Lieutenant Xavier Biggers said he neglected his family to keep looking for Morales and followed up on every lead. Morales' sister, Jasmine, informed him about the anguish and sadness that the mother felt touched me deeply. Biggers said, I have a daughter the same age, and my wife is Hispanic. I felt it was my duty to try to find her, being a parent and very worried about your child. When Biggers would later testify at trial, he broke out into tears during his testimony. The judge had to call a comfort break. Here was a seasoned police officer, breaking down on the witness stand, still haunted by the search for a girl he couldn't save in time. Days turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. Summer became fall, and fall became winter. The Morales family held vigils. They kept Susanna's story in the news as much as they could. They refused to let her be forgotten. Refused to accept that she was just another runaway who didn't want to be found. It's been very difficult since the first day my daughter disappeared, Bran told the judge through tears. Every night I can't sleep without thinking of her. And all the while, Miles Bryant was going about his life, working his shifts, living in his apartment at Sterling Glen, the same complex where Susanna had last been seen alive, driving past her family's home, which he could see from his window. The day after Susanna disappeared, Bryant gave a false report on July 27 that his personal car had been broken into, and a gun had been taken from inside. Just covering his tracks, investigators would later believe, getting ahead of any questions about why his gun might turn up somewhere. It shouldn't be. Months passed. 6 long, agonizing months of not knowing. On February 6, 2023, Susanna's remains were found in a wooded area off of Highway 316 on the Gwinnett-Barrow County line. Matthew Gilbert was off-roading when he found remains along Drowning Creek Road, which was about 20 miles from where Morales was last seen. There were skull bones scattered throughout the woods, he said. 20 miles. Susanna had been just 20 miles away this entire time, in a wooded area near Dacula that most people would never have reason to visit. Susanna's body was left in a wooded area near Dacula in July. The height of Georgia's summer heat, a man eventually stumbled upon her remains. Fully skeletonized by then, in February of the next year. The Georgia summer had been brutal. By the time Susanna's remains were found, there was very little left. Investigators say they didn't find any of Susanna's clothes or personal items with her remains. Bryant dumped Susanna Morales' naked body in the woods, according to police. But they did find something else. Police found a gun near the remains. They determined that it was registered to Bryant, the gun that Bryant had reported stolen the day after Susanna disappeared. The gun he said someone had taken from his car. It was lying in the woods near a teenage girl's decomposed body. Investigators soon found Bryant's personal handgun, which he had reported stolen hours after dumping Morales' body near the scene where her body was found. Police were able to track the weapon back to Bryant and then triangulate his movements using cell phone tower mapping, when location data showed both Bryant's personal and work cell phones near the site where the teen was last seen walking to her Norcross home, and then in the woods off 316 where her remains were discovered. Police arrested Bryant. The technology didn't lie. The cell phone data placed Bryant at both locations where Susanna was last seen, and where her body was found at the critical times. On February 13, 2023, Gwinnett County arrested Bryant for concealing a death and false report of a crime. He was arrested a week later, then fired the same day. During the course of the investigation, detectives developed enough probable cause to arrest him today. But the investigation is still ongoing and fairly new. Police spokesperson Hideshi Valley said at the time, "We don't definitively know how she died. We're still investigating. What we do know is she died at the hands of Miles Bryant." Gwinnett Police Chief J.D. McClure said, "The cause of death couldn't be determined because of the state of the remains, but the evidence of what Bryant had done was overwhelming." On February 22, 2023, Bryant was charged with felony murder and kidnapping. Later additional charges would be added: malice murder, criminal attempt to commit rape, and false report of a crime. Jasmine Morales, Susanna's sister, said her family was angry and saddened to hear a police officer was charged in connection with her death. The betrayal must have been almost incomprehensible. The very person who should have been protecting their community, who wore a badge and a uniform, who residents of Sterling Glen would have seen as a figure of safety and authority. He was the one who had taken Susanna. As investigators dug deeper into Miles Bryant's background and behavior, a disturbing picture emerged of a man who had been escalating for years, hiding predatory behavior behind his badge. The interrogation of Bryant took place on February 13, just days after Susanna's remains were found. The interrogation started with conversations about police work and the military, and gradually turned into the investigators confronting him about the evidence. After several hours, Bryant was placed in handcuffs. Much of the testimony revolved around the data recovered from Bryant's cell phones, which included multiple internet searches about the Susanna Morales case. One of the searches found was how long does it take a body to decompose, while other searches were for news articles relating to Morales' remains being found and her disappearance. He had been following the case, following the search for Susanna, watching as her family pleaded for information, as detectives followed leads that went nowhere, and he said nothing. Bryant's ex-girlfriend, Avion Smyer, testified about their arguments the night Morales disappeared, and noted suspicious scratches on Bryant's truck. Synovia Parks testified she and Bryant were longtime friends who dated for a few years. She testified that they continued to live together at the Sterling Glen apartment complex for a time after breaking up in June 2022, just a month before Susanna disappeared. The prosecution played ring camera video capturing the defendant attempting to break into the residence of a longtime friend. That December, she testified the defendant was stalking her and showed up at her house uninvited on multiple occasions. Even after Susanna's death, even as her family was desperately searching, even as police were investigating, Brian continued his pattern of stalking and harassment. The danger he represented didn't stop with Susanna. It was ongoing. Detective William Merkley testified about Bryant reporting his gun stolen, finding it odd that Bryant did not want an investigation into the theft. Most people whose firearms are stolen would want police to investigate, to try to recover the weapon, to file a proper report for their records. But Bryant specifically didn't want that, because he knew exactly where that gun was. He had placed it there himself. The trial of Miles Bryant began in June of 2024, nearly 2 years after Susanna's death. "You don't have to like my client," his attorney said in court. "In fact, in the conclusion of this trial, you are going to think he is the most callous, uncaring coward you have ever seen. However, he is not guilty of the murder." It was a remarkable opening statement, essentially admitting that Bryant was a terrible person, but arguing that being terrible didn't mean he was a murderer. Bryant's defense attorney caught the eye of many during her opening statements, calling her client cold and callous and warning the jury they were going to not like Bryant. When asked why she chose to present her client in that fashion, she said, "Well, just because of the family not knowing for 7 months. That's awful. I mean, I'm a parent. Any parent. I could not imagine what she went through." The prosecution, however, had a very different characterization. Special Prosecutor Brandon Delfont called Bryant a cop turned killer. He is evil. He is a monster and a predator. And he used his badge and his uniform to do it, Delfont told jurors. Over the course of the trial, Susanna's loved ones took the stand to paint a picture of who she had been. Her mother testified, needing an interpreter to share her pain in the language most comfortable to her. Her sister Jasmine spoke about their searches using the Life 360 app, about the screenshots showing Susanna's phone's strange trajectory that night. Susanna's boyfriend Axel testified about their relationship, about how kind and loving she had been, about their FaceTime calls the night she disappeared. Her best friends Kelly and Alyssa testified about that last evening they spent together, when everything had seemed so normal, so safe. And then there were the detectives and investigators. The forensic evidence, the cell phone data, the searches on Bryant's phone. Bryant's defense attorney talked about what she believed to be the most damaging piece of evidence presented against Bryant during the course of the trial, which she said was the Life 360 app that displayed Bryant's location near where Morales' remains were ultimately found in Dacula. The technology couldn't be explained away. Both of Bryant's cell phones, his personal phone and his work phone, pinged at the location where Susanna was last seen, and then at the remote wooded area where her body was found, during the critical hours when she disappeared. On Tuesday, Bryant told the judge he would not testify on his own behalf. The defense team rested its case without presenting a single witness. It was a calculated decision. Bryant's attorney would later explain that there was evidence that had been kept out of the trial that could have come into play if he testified. Evidence of his other alleged crimes, his pattern of predatory behavior that prosecutors had fought to introduce. On Wednesday, June 12, 2024, the jury began their deliberations. The verdict came back quickly. After a week of trial, a Gwinnett County jury found former Doraville police officer Miles Bryant guilty of killing and kidnapping 16-year-old Susanna Morales. Bryant, 23, was found guilty of malice murder, felony murder, kidnapping, and false report of a crime. The jury found Bryant not guilty on the criminal attempt to commit rape charge. Judge Tamala Adkins sentenced Bryant to life in prison without parole. Bryant also spoke briefly before the sentencing. "I just want to apologize to everybody and the victim's family." "That's it," he said. "Too little, too late." An apology that couldn't begin to touch the magnitude of what he had taken from the Morales family, from Susanna's friends, from everyone who loved her. Morales' mother, Maria Guadalupe Bran, thanked the prosecutors and the jury for reaching a verdict. It's been very difficult since the first day my daughter disappeared, Brand told Adkins through tears. Every night I can't sleep without thinking of her. The judge's words to the family were compassionate but couldn't heal the wound. I cannot imagine the torture and pain you have endured, Adkins told Brand. Cecilia did not deserve this. I just hope that after today, you and your family can find some peace. That is what I wish for you. Hopefully you will receive some peace now. We are profoundly sad for the Morales family, said Joe Gwinnett, County District Attorney Patsy Austin Gatson. The despicable nature of the defendant's acts is compounded by the fact that he was a police officer at the time. Thankfully, the overwhelming majority of law enforcement officers are highly dedicated to serving the public good every day. But for the Morales family, the conviction and sentence couldn't bring Susana back. No amount of money, no amount of justice can ever bring her back to us, her sister Jasmine Morales said. We have to accept the fact that we're not going to see her again. Maybe we would have found her little body together in one piece, and not the way it was found, her mother said through tears. We do not want any other families to go through what we are going through. That's what the Morales family hopes will be Susana's legacy, that her story will highlight other missing persons cases, particularly those in minority communities, and motivate police departments across the country to take them more seriously and make no assumptions about runaways, or teens who supposedly left of their own accord. Susana's mother, Maria Salgado, said she visits her daughter's grave every few weeks. I think it brings some kind of peace to me, knowing that she's here, Salgado said. I know that I'm not wondering where she's at or if she's somewhere else. I know that her remains are here. Susana Morales was 16 years old. She loved music, singing, playing piano, teaching herself new instruments just because she wanted to learn. She was kind and uplifting. She wanted to become an undercover detective, to be someone who helped people, who solved mysteries, who brought justice. She walked a path she had walked dozens of times before, from her friend's apartment to her family's home. 9 minutes. Less than a mile. She texted her mom to say she was on her way. She was doing everything right. But Miles Bryant saw her walking alone that night, and he made a choice that would end her life and devastate everyone who loved her. And because he wore a badge, because he held a position of authority, because the system had failed to act on the multiple warning signs about his behavior, he was in a position to do exactly what he did. This case raises uncomfortable questions that we need to sit with. How many chances did the system have to stop Miles Bryant before he killed Susana Morales? The attempted break-in when he was 17. The stolen underwear. The inappropriate searches on women's phones. The stalking complaints. The disciplinary issues at work. The chilling conversation with a young girl about how someone could abduct her. Each of those moments was a red flag. Each of them was an opportunity to intervene, to investigate, to prevent. But Bryant kept moving through the system, kept getting hired, kept wearing a badge and carrying a gun. In addition to what was uncovered in the murder investigation, numerous allegations of misconduct have been documented against the former officer. They include accusations of sexual assaults, burglaries and attempted burglaries, an encounter with a 12-year-old runaway and surreptitiously obtaining sexually explicit photos of women he detained while on duty or with whom he worked while serving in the National Guard. The scope of his predatory behavior was stunning, and it had been going on for years. For the Latino community in Gwinnett County and beyond, Susana's case highlighted something they had been trying to tell authorities for a long time: that missing persons cases involving young people of color, particularly Latinas, are often not taken seriously enough. That assumptions are made about runaways or gang involvement or family trouble, when the reality is that a child is missing and time is critical. The Morales family searched for Susana themselves because they felt they had no choice. They put up flyers. They canvassed. They used every tool they had, and they were right all along. Susana hadn't run away. Something terrible had happened to her, but by the time her remains were found, it was too late to bring her home alive. Susana wanted to be an undercover detective. She wanted to help people, to solve cases, to bring justice, and in a terrible, tragic way. Her case has become exactly that, a catalyst for conversations about police accountability, about how missing persons cases are handled, about what we owe to victims and their families. Miles Bryant will spend the rest of his life in prison, and that is some measure of justice. But it doesn't give Susana back her dreams, her future, her music. It doesn't give her family back their daughter, their sister, their baby girl who could light up a room with a song. Tonight, somewhere in Georgia, Maria Salgado might be visiting Susanna's grave, trying to find some peace in knowing where her daughter is, even if it's not where she should be. Jasmine might be thinking about her sister, remembering the sound of Susanna's voice, the way she played piano, the brightness she brought to their lives. And somewhere, other families with missing loved ones are fighting to be heard, to be taken seriously, to get the help they need before it's too late. This is the story of Susanna Morales. Remember her name, remember what she loved, remember what she wanted to become. Remember that she was walking home on a summer evening, doing something she had done dozens of times before, and someone took her life for no reason, except that he could, except that he wanted to, except that the system allowed him to be in a position to do so. Remember her, and remember that we can do better. We must do better. Rest in peace, Susanna Morales. Your music stopped too soon, but your story will continue to echo, calling us to be better, to do better, to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. Tonight, I'm going to tell you about a case that haunted a quiet Pennsylvania community for over 2 decades. It's a story about a young woman whose life was stolen on a cold December morning, and about how advances in science finally brought answers when all hope seemed lost. This is the story of Christy Mirak. Let me take you back to Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. In the early 1990s, picture rolling farmland dotted with Amish buggies, small towns where everyone knows everyone, and a community built on wholesome values and quiet traditions. This was the world Christy Mirak called home. Christy Ann Mirak was born on November 3rd, 1967, in the town of Shamokin, Pennsylvania. Her parents, Vincent and Geraldine Mirak, raised her to be confident, compassionate, and dedicated. From a young age, Christy knew she wanted to be a teacher. It wasn't just a career choice for her, it was a calling. After college, Christy settled into an apartment complex just outside downtown Lancaster with some of her closest friends from school. These women were inseparable. They'd go out dancing together at local clubs, laughing and making themselves known in the best possible way. They were young, vibrant, full of life and dreams. Christy was the kind of friend who lit up a room, whose bright smile could lift anyone's spirits. In her mid-20s, Christy landed her dream position as a 6th grade teacher at Rarstown Elementary School. This wasn't just any job to her. Her principal, Harry Goodman, would later say that Christy wasn't satisfied with being just a good teacher. She wanted to be a great one. She poured her heart into her students, staying late to prepare lessons, wrapping Christmas presents for each child in her class, making sure every student felt seen and valued. Her world revolved around 3 things: her family, her friends, and her students. At 25 years old, Christy Mirak was exactly where she wanted to be in life, doing exactly what she loved. Her entire future stretched out before her like an open road. But on December 21st, 1992, just days before Christmas, that road came to a sudden and violent end. It was a Monday morning, cold and gray, a kind of December day when your breath fogs in front of you, and the world seems to move a little slower. Inside Rarstown Elementary School, students were arriving for one of their last days before winter break. There was an excitement in the air. Christmas was coming. Presents were wrapped. Vacation was within reach. But something was wrong. Christy Mirak hadn't shown up for work. This wasn't like her. She hadn't called in sick. She simply wasn't there. Her classroom stood empty, the carefully wrapped gifts for her students waiting on her desk. Harry Goodman, the school principal, felt a knot forming in his stomach. He knew Christy. This wasn't her. She was reliable, dedicated, always there for her students. He tried calling her apartment. No answer. The worry grew stronger. Finally unable to shake his concern, Goodman got in his car and drove to Christy's townhouse in East Lampeter Township. Maybe she'd had car trouble. Maybe she'd overslept. Maybe he'd spot her changing a flat tire on the side of the road. When he arrived at her home, he noticed the front door was slightly ajar. That sick feeling in his stomach intensified. He called out her name. No response. He pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. What he saw next would haunt him for the rest of his life. Christy lay on the living room floor, just inside the entrance to her home. She was wearing her winter coat and gloves. She'd been about to leave for work, but she would never make it to school that morning. Her face was badly bruised. The scene told a story of violence, of a sudden, brutal attack. It was, in the words of future District Attorney Craig Stedman, a nightmare scene. Christy Merrick had been beaten, strangled, and sexually assaulted in her own home. The investigation would reveal that she had likely been overpowered quickly, right there by the entrance. Scuff marks on the floor indicated a struggle, but it appeared the attack had happened so fast that she'd had little chance to defend herself. Someone had pushed their way into her home in broad daylight and stolen her life. Lancaster County was shaken to its core. This kind of violence didn't happen here. Not in their quiet community, not to someone like Christy. The police worked around the clock, desperate to find answers. Who could have done this? And why? Investigators began piecing together the puzzle of Christy's last days. They talked to her roommate Mary Lesko, who said she'd left the apartment around 7 that morning. Christy had seemed distracted, but Mary didn't know why. They talked to her friends, who mentioned that Christy had been out dancing with them just 48 hours before her death. Everything had seemed normal. Then, as detectives dug deeper into Christy's personal life, they discovered something her friends hadn't known about. Christy had been in a relationship with an older man, about 20 years her senior. He went by the nickname Dagger. He was married, worked as president of the local Teamsters, and her friends hadn't approved of the relationship. Just days before her death, Christy had told her friends she was thinking about ending things with him. When investigators heard that Dagger had shown up at the elementary school the day after Christy's murder, carrying flowers, claiming he didn't know she had died, he immediately became a suspect. But when they questioned him, his alibi was solid. He'd been in Virginia at the time of the murder. DNA evidence collected from the crime scene didn't match him either. The principal, Harry Goodman, was also briefly considered as a suspect, simply because he'd been the one to discover the body. But his alibi checked out, and his DNA didn't match the evidence either. Police had DNA from the crime scene, genetic material left by the killer that would eventually become the key to solving the case. They ran it through the National Law Enforcement Database. No matches. They had plenty of suspects initially, but one by one, they were eliminated. The case was starting to go cold. The Merrick family offered a $10,000 reward for information. Neighbors reported seeing a white car outside Christie's apartment just before the murder. But investigators couldn't identify any viable suspects from that information. The leads dried up. The case went cold, and as the years passed, the killer walked free. While the investigation stalled, life in Lancaster County continued. And at the center of the local entertainment scene was a man named Raymond Charles Rowe. Everyone knew him as DJ Freeze. Rowe was born in 1968, making him just a year younger than Christy. He'd grown up in Lancaster, attending J.P. McCaskey High School, though he never graduated. In the mid-1980s, as a teenager, he'd started out as a breakdancer, then transitioned into DJing house parties. He had a natural talent for reading a crowd, for keeping the energy going, for making people have a good time. By 1992, the year Christy was murdered, Rowe was building a reputation. He'd gotten married young, at 19. But that marriage would end in divorce. He was working at the Chameleon Club, Lancaster's renowned live music venue, where he would eventually become the house DJ for 15 years. He was becoming a fixture in the local scene. Interestingly, in August of 1992, just 4 months before Christie's murder, Raymond Rowe and his fiancée at the time organized an anti-violence rally in Lancaster Square. There he was, publicly advocating against the very kind of violence he would soon commit. It's one of those chilling ironies that make this case so unsettling. After Christie's death, Rowe's life continued to evolve. He traveled to Chile in 1996, working at clubs in a tourist area. He came back to Lancaster in 1997 and opened a retail store called 12 Spot Sound, where he sold recorded music, clothes, and DJ equipment. He even launched Lancaster's first DJ school, teaching more than 24 aspiring DJs in central Pennsylvania. His personal life was turbulent. He would be married 4 times over the years. But professionally, DJ Freeze was thriving. He built Freeze Entertainment into a successful business, DJing weddings, parties, school events, and corporate functions throughout central Pennsylvania and beyond. He worked events in New York and New Jersey. He was a regular on local radio stations. His website boasted that while many DJs followed in his footsteps, there was only one recognized leader in the central PA area. People who knew him described him as an upstanding guy, a big advocate for first responders who offered them discounts and appeared at charity events. One competitor said that anyone who had used Roe for an event had nothing but great things to say about him. He was a regular churchgoer, a father, a successful businessman, and all the while he carried a terrible secret. Raymond Roe had lived just 4 miles from Christy Nirak when he killed her. He may have crossed paths with her at clubs or events. She was young, loved dancing, and Roe was DJing at local venues. But investigators found no clear connection between them. No one, including Roe's own family, knew if he'd ever even met Christy Nirak. For 26 years, Roe lived freely in the same community where Christy had died. For 26 years, he was at liberty longer than Christy had been alive. For 26 years, her family waited for answers, but science was about to catch up with them. By 2015, 23 years after Christie's brutal murder, the case files had yellowed with age. The initial burst of investigative energy had long since faded. Christie's family was frustrated. The community was frustrated. The case seemed destined to remain unsolved forever. But then, the Lancaster County District Attorney's Office took over the investigation. And among the prosecutors was a woman named Christine Wilson. She'd been a senior in high school when Christy was murdered, and she'd always felt a personal connection to the case. She thought it could benefit from a fresh set of eyes. Wilson dove into the case files with an almost obsessive dedication. She spent her nights and weekends reading and rereading thousands of pages of reports, looking for something, anything, that might have been missed. Years passed by, she would later say. The family was becoming very frustrated. Investigators were becoming frustrated. And the public was also very frustrated. The public was frustrated that this murder had occurred of this young, thriving female, and there were no answers. Wilson and her team knew they had one advantage. The original investigators hadn't. DNA. The genetic material left at the crime scene was solid evidence. If only they could find a match. They began working with a company called Parabon Nanolabs, which specialized in cutting-edge DNA analysis. In 2016, Parabon used the DNA evidence to determine the genetic phenotype of Christie's killer. They discovered he was a mix of Latino and European descent. Using this genetic information, they created a composite sketch of what the killer might look like. It was eerily specific, but it didn't produce any viable suspects. The sketch went public, but no one recognized the face staring back at them from the news reports. The case seemed to be at another dead end. But then in 2018, everything changed. The Golden State Killer case had just broken national news. After decades of terror, Joseph James DeAngelo had been arrested using a revolutionary new technique, genetic genealogy. Investigators had uploaded crime scene DNA to a public genealogy database called GEDmatch, where people voluntarily submit their DNA to find relatives. The database found matches to DeAngelo's relatives. And from there, investigators were able to build a family tree and identify him. Christine Wilson and her team realized they could try the same approach with Christie's case. They uploaded the DNA profile from Christie's crime scene to GEDmatch, and then they waited. When the results came back, their hearts must have raced. There were matches. The killer's relatives were in the system. Parabon's genealogical researchers went to work, building family trees, tracing lineages, narrowing down possibilities. The work was painstaking, but eventually a name emerged. Raymond Charles Roe, DJ Freeze. The popular local wedding DJ, the man who'd been hiding in plain sight for a quarter century. But having a name wasn't enough. They needed confirmation. They needed his DNA. So, in May 2018, Pennsylvania state police officers went undercover. They learned that Roe had been hired to DJ an event at Smoketown Elementary School. Officers attended the function, blending in with the crowd, watching and waiting. When Roe finished his set, they made their move, not to arrest him, but to collect evidence. They retrieved a water bottle Rowe had used. They collected a piece of chewing gum he'd discarded. These items were sent to the state police crime lab for analysis. The results came back and they were definitive. The DNA from the water bottle and gum matched the DNA found on multiple locations of Christy Mirak's body, and on the carpet underneath her body at the crime scene. The statistical probability that this was anyone other than Raymond Rowe was astronomical. Octillions, septillions, nonillions. Numbers so large that District Attorney Craig Stedman had to look them up to understand what they meant. After 26 years, they finally had him. On June 25, 2018, Raymond Rowe was arrested without incident at his home on Whittier Lane. He was 49 years old. The news sent shockwaves through Lancaster County. People couldn't believe it. TJ Freeze, the guy who DJ'd their wedding, who'd performed at their kids' school events, who'd been such an active, visible member of the community, it didn't make sense. One of Rowe's competitors said it best. "I've always known him to be an upstanding guy. Anybody that I've known who used him has always had nothing but great things to say about him." But the DNA didn't lie. The FBI's behavioral profile of Christie's killer had suggested someone who wouldn't stand out in a crowd, someone who wasn't the center of attention or the life of the party. In a way that fit, even though Rowe was successful and well-known. He wasn't particularly flashy or memorable. He blended into the fabric of the community. He was just there. Always there. Rowe was charged with criminal homicide. District Attorney Stedman announced at the press conference that they were seeking the death penalty. This killer was at liberty from this brutal crime for longer than Christy Mirak was on. "This earth alive," he said. "It's so disturbing. You have a truly innocent victim. Her entire life was ahead of her." As Rowe sat in Lancaster County Prison, investigators tried to find a connection between him and Christy. They knew he'd lived just 4 miles from her at the time of the murder. His day job had been close to her apartment, making it convenient for him to drive by, but they couldn't establish whether they'd ever actually met. Perhaps Christy had attended one of his house parties in the 1980s when she was in college. Perhaps they'd crossed paths at a club, or perhaps she was a complete stranger to him. A random victim in a crime of opportunity. The motive remained unclear. Prosecutors would eventually say that some specific questions about motive might never be answered publicly. All they knew for certain was that, on the morning of December 21st, 1992, Raymond Rowe had forced his way into Christy Mirak's home and taken her life. As Rowe's case moved toward trial, something unexpected happened. In January 2019, just months before he was scheduled to go before a jury, Raymond Rowe pleaded guilty. He pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. He pleaded guilty to rape. He pleaded guilty to related charges. In exchange for his plea, prosecutors agreed not to seek the death penalty. Instead, Rowe would spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 60 to 120 years. At the sentencing hearing, Rowe addressed Christy's family directly. "I can't imagine what you were going through," he said. It was a statement that rang hollow to many who heard it. After all, he was the one who had put them through this hell. He was the reason they'd spent 26 years without answers. He was the reason Christy's students had never gotten their Christmas presents from their beloved teacher. For Christy's brother, Vince Mirak, and her mother, Geraldine, the guilty plea brought a measure of closure. It wasn't the same as having Christy back. Nothing could ever fill that void, but at least now they knew. At least now the man who'd taken her life would never walk free again. Raymond Rowe was sent to the Pennsylvania State Correctional Institution at Waymart to serve his sentence. People in Lancaster County tried to process what had happened. DJ Freeze, the man who'd been the soundtrack to their celebrations, was a killer. His clients, who'd paid deposits for upcoming weddings and events, scrambled to find replacement DJs. Other local DJs stepped in to help, covering the events Rowe would have performed at. The case seemed closed. Justice, though delayed by more than 2 decades, had finally been served. But Raymond Rowe wasn't done making headlines. In August 2021, 2 years after his conviction, Raymond Rowe made a stunning move. He took the stand in a court hearing and claimed he had lied during his guilty plea. According to Rowe's new story, he and Christy Mirak had been in a sexual relationship. They'd met at the Chameleon Club in downtown Lancaster, he said, and had been seeing each other, On the morning of December 21st, 1992, they'd been intimate at her home, but when he left, she was still alive. Someone else, he claimed, must have killed her after he departed. It was a desperate gambit, an attempt to explain away his DNA at the crime scene without admitting to murder. His defense team filed a petition for post-conviction DNA testing, seeking to have additional items from the crime scene analyzed. They hoped to find DNA from another person who could be blamed for Christie's death. Lancaster County Judge Dennis Reinecker presided over hearings on the petition in late 2021. He listened to Rowe's testimony, he reviewed the evidence, and in the end he denied the request. Judge Reinecker found that Rowe had failed to meet the requirements for post-conviction DNA testing. More importantly, he found that Rowe had not demonstrated a reasonable possibility that favorable test results would establish his innocence. The original DNA evidence was overwhelming. Rowe's genetic material had been found on multiple locations of Christie's body and on the carpet beneath her. He'd been there, he'd done that. The denial was upheld by Pennsylvania's Superior Court. None of the additional items would be tested. Raymond Rowe would remain in prison. Prosecutor Christine Wilson, who'd worked so hard to bring him to justice, didn't buy his new story for a second. Neither did anyone else who'd followed the case. It was simply too convenient, too self-serving, too disconnected from the evidence. If Rowe and Christie had been in a relationship, why had no one ever known about it? Why had investigators found no connection between them, despite years of searching? Why had Rowe never mentioned it during the original investigation, or even during his guilty plea? The answer seemed obvious, because it wasn't true. It was the last desperate lie of a man who would spend the rest of his life behind bars. Today, Raymond Rowe remains imprisoned in Pennsylvania, where he will likely spend the rest of his life. The man who once brought music and celebration to Lancaster County now sits in a cell, his days of freedom forever behind him. For Christy Mirak's family and friends, the resolution of the case brought a bittersweet mixture of relief and renewed grief. After 26 years of not knowing, they finally had answers. But those answers couldn't bring Christy back. They couldn't undo the pain of all those years spent wondering. They couldn't restore what had been stolen that December morning. The case became a landmark in the use of genetic genealogy to solve cold cases. It was one of the early successes of this revolutionary technique, coming just a month after the arrest of William Earl Talbot II. In another cold case using the same technology, the Myriad case demonstrated that even decades-old crimes could be solved if investigators were willing to embrace new science and never give up. Christine Wilson, the prosecutor who dedicated countless nights and weekends to the case, found the resolution deeply rewarding. Cold cases are so important to continue working, she said, because a person murdered 30 or 40 years ago is no less significant than a person murdered last week. Family members of cold case homicide victims are living in a horrible state of constant sadness due to the great unknown. The case also serves as a reminder of how well a killer can hide in plain sight. Raymond Rowe wasn't a loner lurking in the shadows. He was a successful businessman, a father, a churchgoer, someone people trusted with their most important celebrations. He was, by all outward appearances, normal. And that's perhaps the most unsettling aspect of this story, that someone capable of such violence could walk among us, smile at us, entertain us, and we'd never know what darkness they carried inside. Think about Christy Mirak for a moment. She was 25 years old. She'd just started her career. She was doing what she loved, teaching children, making a difference in their lives. She had dreams, plans, a future stretching out before her, and in one violent moment, all of that was taken from her by someone who, for reasons that remain unclear, decided her life was his to take. Her students never got their Christmas presents. Her parents lost their daughter. Her friends lost someone who lit up their lives. And Lancaster County lost a bright young teacher who'd only just begun to make her mark on the world. But Christie's story didn't end with her death. It continued through the dedication of investigators who refused to let her case go cold, through advances in science that made the impossible possible, through the determination of people like Christine Wilson who believed that justice delayed was better than justice denied. In the end, the DNA that Raymond Rowe left behind that morning in 1992 became his undoing. He probably thought he'd gotten away with it. After all, he lived freely for 26 years. He built a career. He raised a family. He became successful. He was in the eyes of his community one of them. But the science was always waiting. The evidence was always there, and eventually, inevitably, it caught up with him. Let this story settle over you as you drift towards sleep. Think about the fragility of life, about how a single morning can change everything. Think about the dedication of people who refuse to let the forgotten remain forgotten, who work tirelessly in the service of justice even when it seems hopeless. Think about Christy Murak, a young woman who wanted nothing more than to be a great teacher, who wrapped Christmas presents for her students, who smiled brightly and loved deeply. She deserved so much more than the 25 years she got. But her story, her memory, lives on in the case that bears her name, in the justice that was finally served, and in the reminder that we should never give up on those who can no longer speak for themselves. And somewhere in Pennsylvania, in a quiet cemetery, Christy rests, no longer waiting for answers, no longer a cold case, but finally, at long last, at peace. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. Tonight we're going to talk about a tragedy that shook Indianapolis to its core in the winter of 2021.
Indianapolis, Indiana.
A city known for its racing heritage, its Midwestern warmth, and its tight-knit communities. In January of 2021, the city was still grappling with the ongoing pandemic, the long winter nights, and the everyday struggles that came with uncertain times. But nothing could have prepared this community for what would happen on Adams Street in the early morning hours of January 24th. The neighborhood itself was quiet, residential, the kind of place where people knew their neighbors, where children played in yards during summer, and where the sound of lawnmowers on Saturday mornings was the loudest disturbance anyone expected. Houses lined the street with modest front porches, small gardens, and cars parked in driveways. It was the kind of neighborhood where you'd wave to someone taking out their trash, where block parties happened in summer, and where people looked out for each other. On Adams Street, in the 3500 block, there stood a house that looked like any other. Inside lived the Childs family. Raymond Childs Jr., 42 years old, was a music producer and the founder of Gestriel Records. He was a man who had built something from nothing, who believed in the power of music to transform lives. His wife, Kezzy, also 42, was the kind of woman who kept the household running, who made sure everyone was fed, who remembered birthdays and school events. They had created a blended family, bringing together children from different backgrounds into one home. Elijah, 18 years old, was on the cusp of true adulthood. His girlfriend, Kiara Hawkins, 19, was living with the family. She was 9 months pregnant, ready to give birth any day. They had already chosen a name for their son, Chaos. Rita, just 13, was still in middle school, navigating those awkward teenage years with the support of her family. And there were 2 younger brothers, Raymond III, who went by his first name, and Xavier, who was 15. The family was involved in their community. They participated in youth programs like New Street, New Path, and New Wave Incorporated. These were organizations that used music and mentorship to support young people, to give them alternatives to the streets, to show them that there were possibilities beyond what they could see. Raymond Jr. believed in giving back and using his success to lift others up. But behind the facade of community involvement, behind the music and the programs, there were fractures, there were tensions, there were struggles that no one outside the family could fully understand. Raymond Ronald Lee Childs III was born on October 30th, 2003. By the time our story takes place, he was 17 years old. But to understand what happened that January night, we need to understand the boy who came before the crime. Raymond's early childhood was marked by instability. He didn't grow up with his father. Instead, he lived with his mother. And according to later testimony, those years were filled with trauma. He witnessed his mother being physically harmed by boyfriends. He felt helpless, unable to protect her, unable to stop the violence that seemed to follow them from one relationship to another. For a young child, that kind of helplessness creates a wound that never fully heals. When Raymond was 12 years old, he moved in with his father, Raymond Jr., and his stepfamily. It should have been a fresh start, a chance to be part of a stable household. But the transition was difficult. Experts who later evaluated Raymond described him as having below-average intellectual functioning. He had difficulty finding the right words to communicate his thoughts, to express what he was feeling. Imagine being a teenager, already dealing with the normal confusion and intensity of adolescence, but without the tools to tell anyone what's going on inside your head. According to testimony from Dr. James Henry, a professor at Western Michigan University and an expert on childhood trauma, Raymond witnessed multiple instances of domestic violence involving his father as well. The cycle of violence he had known with his mother continued in his father's home. He was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, a condition characterized by intrusive thoughts and hypervigilance to perceive danger. In other words, Raymond's brain was constantly on alert, constantly scanning for threats, constantly preparing for the next explosion of violence. But from the outside, Raymond might have seemed like any other teenager. He had a girlfriend. He went to school. He lived in a house with his family. The trauma he carried was invisible, buried beneath the surface, waiting. Saturday, January 23rd, 2021. It was a cold night in Indianapolis, the kind of winter evening where you can see your breath in the air, where the darkness seems to fall, especially heavy. Raymond wanted to stay at his girlfriend's house that night. It's such a normal teenage desire, isn't it? To want to be independent, to make your own choices, to spend time with someone you care about. But his father said no. Raymond took his father's car without permission and went anyway. Think about that for a moment. 17-year-old boy testing boundaries, pushing against parental authority. It happens in households across the country every single day. Most of the time it results in a grounding, a lecture, maybe a loss of privileges. Most of the time it's just another chapter in the long negotiation between parents and teenagers. But this wasn't most of the time. When Raymond returned home after midnight, his father was waiting. The exact words that were exchanged between them have been lost to history. But we know the essence of the conversation. Raymond Jr. told his son that there would be consequences, that punishment would follow, and then everyone went to bed. The house fell quiet. Outside, the neighborhood slept. Inside, most of the family drifted into dreams, unaware that they were living their final hours. According to his girlfriend's later testimony, Raymond returned to her house sometime after going home. He had 2 bags with him, filled with clothes and shoes. He told her his father had kicked him out. She believed him. Why wouldn't she? But Raymond hadn't been kicked out. He had left of his own accord, and he had left behind something unspeakable. At 3:43 a.m. on January 24th, the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department received a call. Someone had been shot. Officers were dispatched to the 3500 block of Adams Street, their sirens cutting through the pre-dawn darkness, their lights painting the quiet neighborhood in urgent reds and blues. When they arrived, they found a scene that would haunt them for the rest of their careers. On a neighbor's porch, they discovered Xavier, the 15-year-old brother. He had been shot multiple times. Blood soaked through his clothes, pooled on the wooden boards beneath him. He was conscious, barely, but conscious enough to speak. The neighbors had already called for help after he pounded on their door. Desperate, terrified. Before being rushed into surgery, Xavier told the officers something that seemed impossible. His brother had shot him. His brother had shot everyone. Officers entered the child's home with their weapons drawn, not knowing if the shooter was still inside, not knowing what they would find. What they discovered was a horror beyond imagination. Inside the house, in different rooms, lay 6 bodies. Raymond Childs Jr., the father, the music producer, the man who had tried to discipline his son just hours before. Kezzie Childs, the stepmother, who had been part of raising Raymond since he was 12. Elijah, 18 years old, who had his whole life ahead of him. Rita, only 13, who would never see high school. Kiara Hawkins, 19 years old and 9 months pregnant, who died in the hospital along with her unborn son, Chaos. 6 lives snuffed out in the darkness. According to prosecutors, Raymond had moved through the house methodically, room by room, person by person. He used 2 9mm handguns. He started upstairs and worked his way down to the basement. Xavier later testified about what he heard that night. He was downstairs with his parents when he heard gunshots from upstairs, 2 or 3 in rapid succession. Then he heard his sister Rita scream that Raymond had shot Elijah. The words must have seemed impossible even as they were being shouted. Your brother shot your brother. How could that be real? But it was real. Raymond came downstairs next. Xavier watched as his brother shot their parents. He hid in the laundry room, pressing himself against the floor, trying to make himself invisible. In those terrible moments, he heard his father's last words. "I'm sorry, Raymond. I love you." Think about that. In the moment of his death, facing his own son who had just shot him, Raymond Jr.'s final words were an apology and a declaration of love. The father, even in death, was trying to reach his son, trying to bridge whatever chasm had opened between them. Xavier tried to escape. He ran from the house, desperate to get away, to survive. But Raymond chased him down. Xavier begged for his life. He pulled out money from his pockets, $44 soaked in his own blood, and offered it to his brother. "Please don't kill me," he pleaded. Raymond said nothing. He raised the gun and shot Xavier in the leg, causing him to fall. Then he shot him again. And then Raymond left, leaving his youngest brother for dead on the cold ground. But Xavier survived. Wounded, bleeding, terrified, he managed to drag himself to a neighbor's porch. And when the police arrived, when they asked who had done this, Xavier gave them the answer that would set everything in motion. Raymond Childs. As the sun rose on January 24th, Indianapolis woke to news that would stun the entire city. A mass shooting. A family nearly wiped out, and the suspect was one of their own children. Raymond, meanwhile, was at his girlfriend's house. When alerts about the shooting began appearing on her phone, she asked him if he knew anything about it. He said no. He acted as though he was just learning about the tragedy, as though he hadn't been the one to create it. Later that morning, she convinced Raymond to go to the crime scene. Family members were gathering there, trying to understand what had happened, trying to make sense of the impossible. Raymond was nervous about going. She later told police when they arrived and he saw the police tape, the emergency vehicles, the gathering crowd, he began to cry. She said he acted a clown, behaving in ways she had never seen before. But even as Raymond put on this performance of grief, police were already closing in. Extended family members had found the murder weapons and turned them over to authorities. By that evening, less than 24 hours after the shootings, police tracked Raymond to a relative's house on Wyatt Drive. He was arrested without incident and taken into custody. The community was reeling. Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Chief Randall Taylor called it the city's deadliest mass shooting in over a decade. Marion County Prosecutor Ryan Merce stood before cameras and spoke about the unimaginable loss, about gun violence taking too many lives, about the need for justice. A GoFundMe was set up to help with funeral costs. The community donated over $32,000, trying to help in the only way they could. 6 caskets would be needed. 6 lives to celebrate and mourn. Raymond Jr., Kezzy, Elijah, Rita, Kiara, and baby Chaos, who never got to take his first breath outside his mother's womb. Raymond was charged as an adult with 6 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder for shooting Xavier, and 1 count of carrying a handgun without a license. Because he was 17 at the time of the crime, prosecutors could not seek the death penalty, but they could ask for life without parole. Raymond entered a plea of not guilty. He was assigned a public defender, and the legal process began its slow march toward justice. But the path would not be straightforward. The first trial began in July of 2024, more than 3 years after the murders. The prosecution laid out their case. Raymond had killed his family after an argument over curfew. The evidence was overwhelming. The survivor had identified him. The murder weapons had been recovered. The girlfriend's testimony placed him at the scene and revealed his lies. But then something unexpected happened. A witness, someone who had known the family, took the stand, and instead of simply answering the questions posed to them, this witness looked directly at Raymond and asked, "Why did you do it, Raymond?" The courtroom erupted. The judge called for a recess. The witness was admonished for their behavior, for making such an inappropriate statement in front of the jury. But the damage was done. The judge had no choice but to declare a mistrial, so they started again. In October of 2024, a new jury was seated. The prosecution presented their case once more. The defense argued that the evidence pointed to 2 shooters, that Raymond had been misidentified, that the investigation was misguided. Xavier testified again. Now 18 years old, he had to relive that horrible night in front of a room full of strangers. He described hiding in the laundry room, hearing his father's last words, being chased down and shot by his own brother, begging for his life with blood-soaked money in his hand. The jury deliberated for about 3 hours. When they returned, they had reached a verdict on all counts. Guilty. Guilty of 6 counts of murder. Guilty of attempted murder. Guilty of carrying a handgun without a license. Raymond showed little emotion as the verdict was read. The sentencing hearing took place on March 10th, 2025. This was when the full picture of Raymond's background came into focus. Dr. James Henry, the trauma expert, testified about his evaluation of Raymond. He described the complex trauma Raymond had experienced throughout his childhood and adolescence, the domestic violence he had witnessed, the intellectual limitations that made it hard for him to process and communicate his emotions, the PTSD diagnosis that meant Raymond's brain was constantly in survival mode, constantly perceiving threats even where none existed. The defense asked the judge to consider Raymond's age at the time of the crime, barely 17. They asked for consideration of his mental health struggles, his PTSD, his history of exposure to abuse and violence. They argued that the evidence didn't show premeditation, that Raymond hadn't planned to kill his family. Instead, they suggested years of complex trauma had created a perfect storm. And that night, everything had exploded. But the prosecution painted a different picture. They emphasized the methodical nature of the killings, room by room, person by person. They talked about Raymond chasing down his younger brother and shooting him after Xavier had begged for his life. They spoke of the 6 victims who would never come home, never celebrate another birthday, never achieve their dreams. Raymond spoke briefly at his sentencing. "I lost family just like everyone else did," he said. "I'm not no murderer. I'm not no killer." But the judge disagreed. The sentence was 6 consecutive life terms, plus additional years for the attempted murder and weapons charge. 360 years in prison. Raymond Childs III, now 21 years old, would spend the rest of his life behind bars. He would never walk free. He would never have a family of his own. The life he had destroyed so thoroughly included his own. Marion County Prosecutor Ryan Mears issued a statement. The defendant brutally murdered 6 people: his father, stepmother, older brother, younger sister, his older brother's girlfriend, and her unborn child. There is no penalty that could ever reflect the harm and unimaginable loss caused by the defendant's actions. As you lie there in the darkness, listening to this story, you might be wondering how something like this could happen. How could a dispute over curfew escalate to the murder of 6 people? How could a 17-year-old boy kill his own father, his own siblings, a pregnant woman he must have known, a baby who had done nothing to anyone? The truth is, there are no simple answers. Raymond's story is a tragedy built on layers of other tragedies. The violence he witnessed as a child, the trauma that shaped his developing brain, the intellectual limitations that made it hard for him to process emotions or communicate effectively, the PTSD that kept him in a constant state of hypervigilance and fear, argument at night that somehow triggered everything that had been building for years. But acknowledging these factors doesn't excuse what Raymond did. It doesn't bring back Raymond Jr. or Kezzy or Elijah or Rita or Kiara or baby cows. It doesn't heal Xavier's physical and emotional wounds. It doesn't undo the trauma that rippled out through the community, through everyone who knew the family, through everyone who heard about what happened and had to reckon with the reality that sometimes the call is coming from inside the house. There are families like the Childs family in every community. Families that look fine from the outside, but are struggling with invisible wounds on the inside. Families where trauma is passed down like an heirloom, where violence is learned and repeated, where mental health struggles go unaddressed until something breaks. What happened on Adams Street that January night was a failure of many systems. It was a failure to recognize and adequately treat trauma in children. It was a failure to provide sufficient mental health resources. It was a failure of communication within a family, and ultimately it was the catastrophic failure of one young man who made a choice that destroyed everything. Throughout all of this, we should remember Xavier, the boy who survived, the teenager who lost his entire family in one night, who watched his brother murder his parents, who begged for his life and was shot anyway, who managed despite his wounds to get help and identify the shooter. Xavier is the one who has to live with the memories of that night for the rest of his life. He's the one who has to figure out how to move forward when everything he knew was taken away. He's the one who will have birthdays and holidays without his family, who will hit milestones without anyone there to celebrate with him, who will carry the survivor's burden of wondering why he lived when everyone else died. The strength it took for him to testify, not once but twice against his own brother, is almost incomprehensible. To relive those moments in a courtroom, full of strangers, to describe his father's last words, to admit that he offered his brother money to spare his life. That kind of courage deserves recognition. Indianapolis Police Chief Randall Taylor called this the city's deadliest mass shooting in over a decade. But the impact went far beyond statistics. The community had to grapple with the reality that this kind of violence could happen anywhere. Even in a quiet neighborhood, even within a family. The extended family had to navigate their own grief and confusion. These were relatives who had known Raymond his whole life, who had tried to support the blended family, who had taken him in after the murders only to have to turn him into police. They were mourning 6 people while also having to reconcile that someone they loved had committed these murders. The first responders who arrived at that scene will carry it with them forever. The neighbors who heard the gunshots, who opened their door to find a bleeding teenager, who looked out their windows to see police cars and ambulances filling their quiet street. They all became part of this story whether they wanted to be or not. Raymond Childs Jr. was a music producer. He founded Gestriel Records because he believed in the transformative power of music. He worked with youth programs that used music and mentorship to give young people opportunities, to show them different paths, to help them imagine better futures. The irony is almost too painful to contemplate. Here was a man who dedicated himself to helping young people, who understood that many kids needed guidance and support and second chances, and his own son living under his own roof was struggling in ways that Raymond Sr. either didn't see or didn't know how to address. When Raymond Jr. died, so did his music, his programs, his vision. The work he had built stopped. The young people he had been mentoring lost a guide. The music he would have produced will never be heard. The lives he would have touched will never feel his influence. As we come to the end of this story, I want you to take a moment. Notice your breathing. Notice the weight of your body against your bed. Notice the darkness around you, protective and safe. The story of Raymond Childs III and his family is a tragedy without redemption. There's no moment where everything makes sense. No revelation that helps it all fit together neatly. There's just the before and the after. Before that January night, these were people with lives and dreams and futures. After, they were victims and a perpetrator. Statistics in a criminal justice system. A cautionary tale about the consequences of untreated trauma and uncontrolled violence. 6 people died that night. A 7th was wounded. An 8th, the shooter, destroyed his own life as thoroughly as he destroyed everyone else's. And countless others, the extended family, the community, the first responders, were forever changed by what happened in that house on Adams Street. If there's anything to take from this story, perhaps it's this. Violence begets violence. Trauma, left unaddressed, doesn't disappear. It festers and grows and waits for a trigger. Mental health matters. Communication matters. Recognizing when someone is struggling, truly struggling, matters. But tonight, those lessons can wait. Tonight, you can simply rest. Let the story fade into the background. Let your mind drift. The world will still be here tomorrow, with all its complications and tragedies and difficult questions. For now, just sleep. Let go of the day. Let go of the weight you're carrying. Let go of everything except the gentle rhythm of your breath and the comfort of your bed. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.